Test, test, 1, 2, test, test.
Good morning, everyone. If we can come together, we will soon start today's first session. Okay, let's begin. Welcome back, everyone. We hope that you had an enjoyable evening yesterday. And I want to especially thank the Central Election Commission of Moldova for organizing that event. Yesterday, we spoke about the essential role of oversight institutions in bringing transparency to online campaign finance. We talked about the role of political parties. In this session, we will consider another essential stakeholder, which is civil society. As I'm fond of saying, we don't actually have any examples on this planet anyway of countries where transparency in party and campaign finance has been achieved with public oversight institutions alone. Their role is essential, but it must be complemented by active engagement of civil society groups and media as well. And I've been thinking about it. I think this is probably even more so with online campaigning and online advertising than with many other areas that we are discussing in this field. Because this, as we established yesterday, is very much a new and very quickly changing field. It doesn't lend itself very well to oversight by those whose work is governed by legislation, is governed by formal rules, because those, as we know, tend to move fairly slowly. So it's essential that their crucial work is complemented by initiatives by civil society, which may be freer in many situations to test out new approaches in monitoring and oversight of online campaign finance. I'm also very happy that in this panel, we are balancing the gender representation, which was a little bit shaky in some panels yesterday. And we have with us Francesca Boggeri, social media coordinator at the Election Observation and Democracy Support. We have Victoria Maximova, political finance analyst at Chesno in Ukraine. Mariana Foksha, analyst of political parties finances Promolex here in Moldova. And we have Anastasia Romaniuk at the civic movement Opora, also in Ukraine. I'm going to start by handing over to you, Francesca. And
thank you, Magnus. Good morning to you all. I have a presentation. Okay, thank you. I'm turning, or yes, it's me doing everything, or someone else? Does it work? Okay. Okay. Here. Okay. Thank you. I'm here today to represent the EODS project, Election Observation and Democracy Support. EODS project is financed by the European Commission. It is a long-standing project, renewed every 4 years. What is the focus of the project is to provide support in terms of training, capacity building to EU election observation missions. What is the state of play of the project and the novelty of the project is now the new component fully dedicated to social media analysis and to develop a standardized methodology to observe this very challenging field and area of observation. This is a global challenge. It's not only a challenge faced by the European Commission and by the European Union, but also by other international observer groups. This is why we try to respond together and to adopt the methodology together in cooperation. One of the novelty for us is also the presence in the core team that we deployed in the mission of a social media analyst, is a specifically dedicated analyst to assess this area. So now the EU election observation mission are composed by 3 media units: a traditional media unit, a social media unit, and a press unit. So it's a new feature. The documents we have published, you can see. I encourage to have a look at the EODS website. The Declaration of Principle for International Electoral Observation issued the guidelines. Those guidelines are public and published in our website. We are developing a methodology, is a step-by-step guide to guide the experts in the field to provide this specific assessment of the ecosystem. Here I wanted today, I'm here to present the challenges, so the difficult aspect, but also some success, and to share with you and to learn from you. Here, some of the main challenges that we faced at the beginning of the project, 2021, we have a lack of methodological approach. We have experts going to the field and using different methods, different systems, different tools. So there was a big need of definition of which tools to use to assess social media. Operational difficulties within the experts, who is doing what, that was one of the challenges we faced. Time constraints of the mission. Of course, the mission is very limited. You know, ODIHR missions, EU missions are somehow longer, 2-3 months, and still the time for assessment is very limited. And also the use of a terminology seems a basic aspect, but to use the same terminology. What is hate speech, for example? There is no common definition for hate speech. Paid advertisement, we've seen yesterday, still the EU didn't come up with a common definition on paid ads, paid political advertisement. So all these definition need to have a common approach. And then identify what are the main area of assessment, what are the main areas that in fact for an election observation mission is feasible to assess in such a short time frame. And there was a need for a technical practical guide to explicitly display the method used for this assessment. Something important to say is that during an election observation mission, we cannot have an exhaustive monitoring of social media platforms. It is not just feasible. In practice, due to the speed, the reach, and the volume of the content produced, and of course, again, to the mission time frame. This is the reason why the election observation mission use a complementary approach. Is a quantitative method, but qualitative method as well. Important is the cooperation between the expert and the stakeholders, the interlocutors. This is an essential aspect of the mission, how to gather information and make assessment on online ecosystem and content. And then another aspect is the accuracy and credibility of this report. How can we give credibility to this EU reporting? We do it through transparency of methodology. And this is something that with the project we really insisted and we focus on since the beginning of the project. And the approach we have and the method we have is clearly explained in the annex, which are part of the final report that you will find publicly available for all the country where the EU observes. The social media and monitoring findings are at the end of this report. And then an important feature of EU election observation mission is the fact that, in fact, in the report, we can quote the work of civil society groups. In country we observe, we meet credible and incredibly excellent civil society groups. And so the mission can give visibility to this work done in the field of social media. And of course, they are essential partners. Civil society groups are essential partners for us to understand what are the most challenging areas to assess when we arrive in a country. The mission rests on international and make assessment based on international standards and human rights. Important part is to refer to those principles when we make recommendations. Those are the main key standards where we assess the campaign online: freedom of expression, right to political participation, privacy and data protection, access of information, transparency, equality and freedom from discrimination. I would like now to present you the framework that we use to assess. We are developing, as you can imagine, as all of you, it's a work in progress. It's a new area, and the update of the guidelines is quite fast. So we finish one guideline and immediately there is an update to to do on tools and methods. This is the framework that we use, and in this final report of an election observation mission, you will always find a general regulatory framework, an assessment of the status of the legal aspect in the country, agreements between between EMBs and platforms, and freedom of expression, access to information, all the most important rights and legal framework in place. The digital ecosystem, one introduction on the digital ecosystem is always present in the reporting. What is the presence of political contestants, presence of other state and other state actors, influencer, activists, how they're using social media during the campaign, what is the most relevant platforms in the country, because this is also one of the first assessments to make. And then the malicious use of online platform, which means you can see different practices. Information manipulation is one of them. Derogatory speech, hate speech content, intimidation and threats to contestants, in particularly towards women, illicit microcredit. Those are the aspects that the mission try to assess in the country. And then online campaign and online content to put forward by different actors. So not only official contestants, politicians, political parties and candidates, but also third parties and other actors, influencers and CSOs, EMBs, and the areas we are really focusing, information manipulation and paid ads are the more complex area, especially in such a limited time in a mission. Where do we analyze those aspects mainly? I don't even see. Well, okay. And where do we analyze those aspects? The most relevant platform for the EU election observation mission we have seen during those years remain Facebook, the most important ones for all the countries, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and now is an emerging one, TikTok, in some of the countries where we deploy the mission. The EU election observation mission includes only public social media content. Therefore, private messaging groups like WhatsApp are not part of the scope of the methodology. This doesn't mean that the mission cannot quote the work of civil society groups, if there are credible civil society working on WhatsApp, of course, analyze that they have been analyzing WhatsApp, of course, that can be reported by the EU election observation mission reports. But it's important to explain that hidden methodology are not part of the scope of the method we use, and other tools for visualization tools. Here I'm going to list the main tools we use to collect data from Facebook and Instagram is CrowdTangle, and that was one of the big success of the project. Right at the beginning, Facebook decided to grant it the access to CrowdTangle, so now we can give the access to all the experts in the field, and this help us to have a very consistent analysis in the ground. To collect data from Twitter, from TikTok, and YouTube, we use Senti1 as the main social listening tool. Is a user-friendly tool and has proven to be an excellent method so far and to collect data. One of today's discussion, of course, and this conference is focusing is on paid political advertising online. Is the new emerging area, very difficult to assess and to track and to monitor. The most common types of political advertising and sponsor contents that we analyze are the label official ads by political party and candidates, ads by third parties and non-contestants. Those are very difficult to track and to assess, and then advertising by state institutions and public officials who might use those ads to support certain parties, circumventing campaign rules, and then dark ads, which are visible only to the publisher and the target audience. So as well, another very difficult feature to analyze and to monitor. But these are the most important aspect that we are focusing on. We also, I think it's important also to say that in the country where the EU observes, online spending is not, compared to the whole campaign spending, is in some country negligible. So it's still very relevant to spend through traditional media means, which is something that has put in the context when we analyze this ecosystem. Advertising online by non-contestant is, of course, one of the most emerging, interesting areas of analysis, and but to report is very difficult due to the fact that overall lack of regulation, consistent in all the countries we observe, unclear online platforms community rules. There is little transparency for about who paid for those ads and who benefit from all these ads. And of course, those are the ads where most likely there are instances of disinformation and patterns that can undermine the integrity of the process. And obviously, those ads are the ones that will circumvent campaign rules more easily compared to other ads. I will conclude my presentation with showing something that has been said yesterday already, the lack of legal framework when it comes to political campaign and political spending online. And here is one of the tools that the EU has, is to make recommendation to a country to improve its election process in line with regional and international standards. And what we have seen more frequently here in the area, in all the region of the world where the EU observes, something in common is the fact that the most common shortcomings, in fact, comes to campaign finance are the lack of adequate campaign finance regulations, lack of effective oversight bodies, the lack of transparency in online paid ads, and the rules are not in line with international standards. Those are the main features and the main shortcomings that we observe. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Any questions? You'll think about that while if I can ask you a question. And I should say, underlying everything, all the questions I may ask is, we're all kind of, and I think that became quite clear yesterday, we're all thinking about this issue. None of us have the final answers to these issues. So I'm not expecting the answer to any question I ask to be the final one, but just thinking. And one was, as you were showing, there is a clear connection between social media, advertising, and usage, and of course the financial aspect of it. So what can EU observation missions do? We have the social media analyst, we have the campaign finance analyst. What can be done to combine that work to bring a better understanding of how that works in the individual countries?
Well, I think that, yeah, I mean, also in terms of how deep we can go into this analysis is it's a big challenge for the EU election observation mission. And in terms of reporting, I think we still are, the most powerful tool is the recommendation. The recommendation that the campaign finance together with social media analysts can provide to different interlocutors and stakeholders. Now, online platforms are also included in those recommendations, and suggest to electoral stakeholders in the country more to focus on what are the measures that they can put in place. So to advise them when we are there during the election, to provide them some data we observe, and to suggest to take actions, also immediate actions that they can, for example, in terms of connecting with the platforms representatives, and more meetings, and also political parties, code of conduct, and more awareness. And so this is something that that can be done. As I said, it's very complex kind of analysis, and so we have limitation by the time we remain in the country, and how deep we can go into this analysis. And of course, for example, for paid ads placed by third parties, it's very complex, and we don't have the enough resources to go so deep in the aspect. And when the ad library, for example, in the country is not displayed, is not open, we advise the social media analyst not to go too far, because it could be at the end a waste of resources for not much. But I think the most powerful tool remains the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes. Can we? Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for your. It's okay. Sorry. Thank you for your presentation. It was very useful for us who are coming from electoral management bodies. Actually, you made us thinking a little bit deeper. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina, member of the Commission, Irena Hadžiabdić, together with my colleague Vanja Bjelica-Brutina. And we didn't have a chance during this event to present, but we really are learning, and for us is education. And I don't want to bother you with our rules and regulations and weaknesses of the system, but let me just say that last elections, for the first time, we as election stakeholders were for the first time invited by Transparency International to be a part of capacity building for the people that they will engage for elections in the field to collect the relevant data. And all these data were then analyzed by Transparency and then submitted to the Election Commission to assist to our audit department, but at the same time to assist to the electoral management body during the appeal process, and they, as a form of initiative, reported violations that these people find in the field. A lot of these things were based for us to officially start procedure against political parties who violated the law. Generally in pre-campaign period, that's not campaign period, that's much they are doing a lot of wrong things out of these 30 days. And of course, in election silent period, because online they cannot stop when they want. Even if they pay only 30 days, it is coming later. And for us, that was useful. But at the same time, we got so many of these that we were overburned with the things that were not actually, that didn't have any legal base. And for us, with the lack of human capacities, it's sometimes not enough. I just wanted to ask you, when you mentioned in the beginning that you are doing also capacity building, do you plan to engage the electoral stakeholders, the implementers, together with NGOs to provide training that will actually help this oversight to be very focused when you are trying to get the data? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this. It's very important point and aspect, the role of election management bodies. The powerful tool that the election observation mission has is, again, the recommendation. The recommendation are addressed to the countries, to institutions, to all the actors and the stakeholders, and then the EU delegation that is present in the country, in all the country where we observe. They are the one who will initiate and will promote and the possibility of these activities that you just mentioned. This is essential: capacity building to election management bodies, political parties, and civil society group. And then something important that you mentioned is the capacity of monitoring from EMBs, because of course we, as an election observation mission, we observe what is this level of capacity when we have to make a recommendation. It's important to assess whether in fact this recommendation will be feasible. It's useless to recommend to do media monitoring when we know that these election management bodies will not able and we will not have this capacity. But then again, there are other ways like outsourcing, for example, and found the resources and the funds to be able to outsource, like we've seen an example yesterday, for example, of successful example of EMBs outsourcing to media company and to have this capacity of analyzing social media. But definitely thanks to the recommendation and through the delegation, these are definitely a level of cooperation that is feasible, and it's very, very important, more and more important.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Thank you, Irina. To make sure we don't run out of time, we'll move forward with next presentation from Victoria Maximova from the movement Chesno.
Okay. Oh, you can hear me. Okay, I'm glad to be here, and I want to. Oh, can I have this? Thank you. And I want to talk about the role of observers based on the experience of Chesno movement in Ukraine. The Chesno movement has monitored political advertising on social media for over 3 years. We keep watching political ads on Facebook and analyze the activity on politicians on platforms like Telegram, Twitter, and Google Ads. Also, we continue our advocacy on party reporting restoration, because all this monitoring is based on the chance to see these reports and try to connect all the expenses that we can see on Facebook or other platforms with actual expenses by parties. And also in the context of online campaigning, we doing research on how political parties use personal data of Ukrainians, also about sites of political parties and how they can use it to do their online campaigns. Yesterday, all of us talked a lot about Telegram and role of Telegram in Ukraine. And in the previous 2 years, we had a significant shift in media consumption in Ukraine. So the last June 2022, we saw the research that 67% of Ukrainians read Telegram channels as the main source of news. The latest research by the sociological group rating shows that like the difference you can see here between TV and Messenger, especially Telegram and Viber, are so small that like I can assume that in the reality rating of TV consumption is much smaller. And you can see that messengers and social media and also YouTube, like we can see that now these platforms are the main sources for like information, for news, for political questions, and something like this. So I will stop by Telegram a bit more because now it's one of our main focuses. And yeah. Yeah, so to start working with this platform, we had a problem with methodology. So we started to make ours and it based on social network analysis because we can see which Telegram channels is connected to which political party or to which politician. So we analyzed large Ukrainian Telegram channels that has more than 100K followers. And also we analyze MPs channels and the like one of the significant like mark of Telegram and Telegram ads is this, like we have two types of ads, marked and hidden, and the most significant part of ad is hidden. So we have a big problem with this. So to start explore this platform and to start explore this like ad market, we built a network of channels of members of parliament on Telegram, and we found three main groups. Like basically they based on like political parties. So this yeah, and these clusters allow us to see a broader picture. Based on this network, we built a much bigger network of Telegram channels in Ukraine to monitor also which cluster is prefer which political party. So we find three main clusters. We find Russian channels, Ukrainian cluster, and you can see that they are connected. But the main bridge is these propagandistic channels. And unfortunately, some of Ukrainian MPs is also connected to these propagandistic channels and to this propagandistic cluster. So they keep their like advertising and their post about how they work on these channels. And yeah, and the security service of Ukraine claims that the most of those channels in this propagandistic cluster are associated with the Russian Federal Security Service. So we have the like big problem with this Russian money flow, and I hope that next week we will publish like a whole study about like this network and about how it is connected with political ads. So if you're interested, I can share it with you. And yeah. So we have like three main issues and like three further steps with this Telegram online campaigning. Since most Telegram channels do not mark advertising posts and payments for services takes place without the platform's participation, this is where the main challenges arise. So we have a totally non-transparent platform with like the most part of these channels are anonymous. So we don't know who owns these channels, who takes this money. So we need to fully understand how to classify such activity and prove that it occurred because we don't have any proofs, and we have like really great lack of evidence, and this is like our further steps to find the clear vision of it. So this post, hidden ads, could be officially paid by party, but without proper marking, like without marketed post is advertised. It could be advertising paid from like hidden cash box from the party or from the third parties. It could be the activity of third parties, including those associated with Russia, and this is huge. Oh, sorry, and this is huge, like security issue. Like this could be activity in favor of the party with the agreement or without agreement. So it could be anonymous, anonymous. Oh my God, I forgot the word. So anonymous activity that it is forbidden, like by Ukrainian law in context of political parties finance. And like the anonymity of the channel, administrators complicate this process even more. That's why working with this platform has become one of our key focuses. I would be glad to talk with you, colleagues, after the discussion if you have thought about this, because like I know that issue with Telegram is actual not only for Ukraine, but also for Moldova and for like Baltic countries and for other countries. So I will be glad to share some thoughts. But to move forward, also, we have another one big and not really transparent platform in Ukraine, and it's Google Ads. So like we have three main types of ads in Google. It's search, display, and video. And it's a huge amount of money, but Google in Ukraine don't open the data about political ads such as in EU countries or in USA. So we did the research about, like, we tried to prognose how much politicians could spend on Google. So we, based on spending in EU countries, we prognose that for the last 4 years, Ukrainian politicians have spent $1.7 million on Google Ads. Like it can be up to 2.4 millions because it's really like rough approximate number of money. And for the last 3 months, it can be near 30K dollars because like now it's not the like the most popular platform for political ads in Ukraine, but it's still a big amount of money, especially for like our situation without the party reporting and with the possible Russian influence and etc. And like, so you can see the main issues. So Google, like even in the case that Google can open this data about political ads, Google classify as political ads not all ads that could be paid by parties or by third parties. Because Google consider very few ads as political. Election ads don't include ads for product or services, including political promotional merchandise like T-shirts, or ads right by news organizations to promote their coverage of referendums or political parties or candidates. And it could be a political ad and it could be paid. So also we have, like, it's connected. We have private data for commercial account, and they also could run political ad. And like the main problem, of course, it's no data on political advertising is available in Ukraine. And the last one platform that I want to talk about, it's Facebook. So we have a bit more like transparent and successful history with Facebook data. Because Chesno has a well-established history of monitoring this platform. And we collaborate with National Agency for Corruption Prevention. Since 2020, the agency has identified violations related to Facebook advertising in party report. And currently, Chesno continues to provide quarterly data to the NACP regarding political campaigns on Facebook. However, the full-scale invasion has fundamentally changed the structure on how Facebook ads market works. In the past, most advertising expenditures in Ukraine were focused on political campaigns, but now charitable causes have like taking the lead. At the same time, politicians actively promote their work through charity foundations. So over last 3 months, they spent like over $230K on this, and like the biggest spending are about like charitable organization of politicians, like charitable foundation of Vadim Stolar in Ukraine. So, but we have some issues with Facebook also. So not all ads are correctly identified for the ads library. Sometimes historical data changes, new pages are added or ads are removed. So this particularly applies to commercial carriers which spend significant money on political advertising during elections. Also, when Facebook removes page and ads for violation standards, they disappear entirely from the library, complicating its analysis, but it's still important. Another problem is that disclaimers often do not reveal who pays for the ad, so often non-existent organizations are mentioned, for example. Among possible solutions that we imagine and we could see, Meta could store ads from all advertisers, including commercial ads, but with the special requirements for political advertising. All published ads should be displayed in the library regardless of whether it was removed or by the user or the platform because of the violation rules or something like this. So we can analyze in the future like some propagandistic ads by political forces, like even it's violated rules of the platform, but we would have access to this. And oh, yeah. So about our focuses, based on what I said before, we continue to improve the methodology for monitoring Telegram ads, and that's the main issue because like we have a lot of non-transparent parts about Telegram, and like now in Ukraine it's the most significant platform, so we need to put the most effort on this monitoring. Also, it's advocating for the opening of Google data on political advertising in Ukraine because still it's really important part of ads market in Ukraine also. And continuing to cooperate with NACP in monitoring Facebook advertising because we can see that politicians keep make ad campaigns on Facebook even with like war situation and much smaller budgets, but it's continuing. So like it's our main focuses, and I hope we will keep successful movements through this.
Thank you very much, Victoria. We have questions about what we've just heard. Yes. Barbara?
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I have two questions. The first one is about your observation methodology. Is it a document that is published on your website? And my second question, just like that, I give you the floor. You said that your organization sends to the anti-corruption agency quarterly reports, especially regarding Facebook. My question is, are you quoted as a source of information by the NACP whenever the agency initiates some investigation on the basis of your findings?
Yeah, about first question, yeah, it published on our website. Now it has only Ukrainian version, but we keep our work to translate it to English and to make it more applicable to other countries. And about the second questions, yes, we work with NACP quarterly, but we are open to any kind of cooperation with NACP. So we can share our result of monitoring or our some products of us to make this process of monitoring campaigns more successful. So we are open to all of this.
Thank you very much, Victoria and Barbara. We'll continue so that we can respect the time. Mariana Foksha, Party Finance Analyst at Promolex.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Pot să vorbesc mai bine în limba română.
I'll better speak in Romanian. So it's a pleasure, first of all, for me to be here today with you and to share our experience from Promolex in the field of financing of the political parties. And in order to better understand what is our role in monitoring the finances in this context, I'll show you a few slides. But first, let me tell you about who we are and what are we doing in Moldova. So Promolex is an NGO that is working in two priority fields: the human rights, where we follow how the international standards in the human rights field are implemented in our country. And the second are the democratic processes, where our purpose is to increase the level of the citizen trust in the democratical processes in the Republic of Moldova. So, speaking about the democratical processes, the main activities that are helping us reach this objective is the monitoring of the election process and the monitoring of the finances of the political parties and of the election campaigns. Starting from 2009, we started to monitor the elections developed in the Republic of Moldova. Until today, we saw that we actually observed more than 22 election processes developed in our country. So, based on each of those, we have elaborated reports and we followed this with recommendations in order to improve the system. Starting from 2013, we understood that financing of the election campaign is not enough. We started to focus more on the financing of the activity of the political parties in general. Starting from 2013, we have elaborated the list of analysis, reports, studies, researches that had as a main purpose to follow the transparency in the process of financing of the political parties. And of course, we, after that, provided feedback with recommendations. During 14 years of activity, we gained some experience. And last year, when the Central Election Committee initiated the elaboration, the amendment of the election code, and they started to change the connecting legislation, we have provided 250 concrete recommendations, including the financing of the election campaigns and the political parties' recommendations. And what can we say now is that at least half of those recommendations were fully or partially accepted by the Central Election Committee and included in the new legal framework.
So, as regards the electoral campaigns and online political campaigns, starting 2019 particularly, we remarked that political campaigns and electoral campaigns online have gained particular impetus or magnitude, both as the cost, the number, and involved subjects. So because of this, we decided to follow in details, including the manner in which such campaigns are being carried out and the costs involved in their online campaigns. Upon estimating the costs for the online campaigns, we guide, to a large extent, we guide by two key instruments, and the previous colleagues also mentioned them. These are the report published by Meta. It's Meta Ads report, which is updated periodically. This is a very good report that contains relevant information about the expenditures incurred by the competitors and political parties, but we found out that it is rather restrictive and does not contain detailed information regarding those who pay or those who stay behind the paying these costs. So, because of this, these reports cannot be considered as a proof of transparency in the political ads online. Also, we use Google Ads report for the political advertising, and our Ukrainian colleague mentioned that this report is not available for Ukraine. It is not, unfortunately, it is not available for Moldova either. Maybe for countries such as India, Brazil, South Africa, EU member states, this report is available. We understand it is possible, and we are to make consolidated effort to obtain this report for Moldova as well. Why do we think these reports are useful? So they help us what types of advertisements can be posted on Google platform, and respectively what would be the approximative or the estimated costs for such ads, depending on the period when they are casted. Our key conclusions, the key conclusions issued as a result of monitoring over the years, first of all, are unreported expenses incurred by the political parties and the electoral competitors, which means that as a result of the monitoring by Promolex, we've identified many more expenses than reported by the parties or the competitors to the Central Electoral Commission. So, as an example, we had presidential elections back in 2020, when the electoral campaign was focused mainly on online platforms. We had 32% of the total expenses that were unreported for the ads, for the online ads. This was an amount of minimum 2 million lei used or paid for the online ads. The second major problem that we've detected, which we see that it is constant of the past period, is the involvement of third parties in the political finance, electoral finance, which means that online ads are paid by other subjects than political parties or electoral competitors. Oftentimes, it is not possible to see who de facto are these third parties, because, as I mentioned, the meta reports does not contain exact data about the payees of such ads. And these might be persons from abroad, as well as entities that may not be authorized by the legal framework to make such payments. So thus we can state that online platforms have become a very efficient tool for the illusion of the legal framework on electoral campaigns and political finance. In the table posted on the screen, yes, in the table that you now see, we have 24 pages from the social media. Actually, we picked them up from Facebook. It was more easy to monitor the Facebook. So within the period August 2020, April 2023, these profiles were used to promote political parties, electoral competitors, or political activities by third parties. Who exactly we don't know, because in many cases this data is missing. Total expenses incurred for the 24 pages accounted for over 25,000 euro, according to the meta reports. A very interesting case in this table, we have a physical entity under the name Tinka Balan. It's the third in the list. During 3 weeks, she spent approximately 18,000 euro to promote protests organized by a political party, which means that she exceeded all the ceilings established in the legal framework. Another interesting case is the case of Vyacheslav Platon, who is announced on search, who is wanted. Starting 2021, he posted sponsored, made a sponsored post on a public page paying the amount of over 29,000 euro. These amounts de facto were paid by a company registered in the Russian Federation with the headquarters in St. Petersburg. So, as you see here, the legal framework is really severely infringed. What are the main challenges that we encounter in the process, in the monitoring process? First of all, and I mentioned already during my presentation, we don't have reports, or this is the lack of reports on political ads expenses, so that are published by Google. Also, no transparency with regard to those who pay, or users or payers who had paid for political ads. As I said, in case of meta ads, data about the payers, real payers, are not published. And the last major challenge is that limited the search engine options for the meta ads report, because we don't have the possibility to download them or print for a specifically needed period. So we can see that they were incurred, the costs were incurred for certain periods that is to our interest. Then what is published in meta ads? What are the recommendations, key recommendations that we consider that the legislator shall adopt towards diminishing the risks in the online regarding online campaigns, to regulate political and electoral financing by third parties, just because, regardless of the fact that the Venice Commission and OSCE and partially the Council of Europe repeatedly recommended to regulate the political and electoral finance by third parties, this process is not yet regulated. However, it is broadly spread, particularly on online platforms. We do need to adopt clear and detailed regulations for online political and electoral campaigns, including by obligating to publish ads reports and detailed information about the payers, real payers of these. Also, it is necessary to establish proportionate and dissuasive sanctions for subjects who violate the legal framework. This has been it. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Mariana. One thing very quickly regarding the issue of accessing data for different time periods in the ad library in the metas. It reminded me that last week, an Albanian civil society group who does very similar work raised that very point on the Signal group for this online campaigning transparency community of practice that I mentioned yesterday. And some other members mentioned that they have found ways around that by using the API. I'm not sufficiently familiar with the technology around that, but I'm very happy to talk about that later on. The point about who actually pays is incredibly important and one we could spend a long time to talk about. And we should also realize the platforms will never have sufficient data for us to be able to judge if whoever is the official donor is where the money originated. We need to take several steps behind to find that out. I'm going to open for questions, but I think just in the interest of time, again, if we move on to our final presentation, and then we do wrapping up with all questions to all our panelists at the end. So we hand over to Anastasia Romaniuk from Civil Movement Opora.
Thank you so much. Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank our dear partners for organizing this event. It was very fulfilling and inspiring to hear so many perspectives in just 1 day and a half. And I'm here to present the experience of the civil network Opora, which has been doing the monitoring of online spendings for campaigning, as many of our colleagues, as soon as the opportunity was presented in our country. So since 2019, when the Facebook Ads Library was introduced for Ukrainian segment of the social media. And since then, we've been through 3 electoral campaigns already, the presidential, parliamentary, and local elections. And we have already established some routine on how we approach the monitoring of online campaigning, which are we waiting to come back as soon as we win the war and have the first post-war elections. So our monitoring includes, first of all, the monitoring of early campaigning, because from our experience, the candidates and parties jump very soon into starting agitating for them in social media. Like, for example, before the local elections of 2020, we found like 10 Ukrainian political parties who spent from $10,000 to $50,000 for online campaigning only on Facebook and Instagram, and only 3 months before the official beginning of the electoral campaign. So actual scope might be a lot bigger of the early campaigning. And for us, this presents an opportunity for, first of all, to see the future, like potential red flags or any weaknesses. We should pay extra attention during the when actual campaign starts, because like the time matters a lot. That is why we start early. After the beginning of the regular official electoral campaign, we do the regular monitoring of this party candidate spendings and Facebook and Instagram, and only Facebook and Instagram for the first and obvious reason, because they unfortunately for now only Meta provides for us the transparent and useful instruments how to monitor the actual spendings. By Google, this is not available, and any other social networks like officially on paper ban political advertisement, but like we all know that if it's banned, it doesn't matter that it doesn't necessarily include that this is doesn't exist in other social media networks like Twitter, TikTok, Telegram, etc., which was also addressed by my colleagues. And providing the regular monitoring of these spendings. We, after the official campaign, when the official financial reports are filed, we can compare the approximate online spendings of parties and candidates with their actual spendings. And recently, we even had an opportunity to do this account a little bit more specific, because like we in Ukraine also almost don't have any regulation regarding online campaigning, but during the local election, the separate graph for online spendings on advertisement was introduced, and this allowed us to see the actual like magnitude of how much money is not being reported on online campaigning, especially. But I'm gonna address it a little bit later. And I just realized that I didn't switch my presentation. I'm so sorry for that. And the last part, we are monitoring the violations of silence days. In Ukraine, this is forbidden to agitate one day before and during the election day. And here we are also empowered by Facebook API to gather the political advertisement, which is, first of all, wasn't turned off because like the many advertisement starting being broadcasted much earlier, and some of them might stay on the platform from the of the like basic mistake, but many of them might not. And some of them are also being like introduced in the Day of Silence days, and we are doing like the monitoring for the entire silence days. And oh, why did it not work? Okay. Ah, amazing. So yeah, during the presidential elections, we had the chance first to count how much money was spent. Important to note, only on Facebook and Instagram, where we could estimate these numbers, and we found that approximately 1.3 million of dollars was undeclared out of 1.8 million of dollars spent by the candidates for the presidential office. But of course, there are lots of buts. First but is that we count to our estimations only like self-reported official pages, but there's so many pages where the line, whether it's the official page or is it run by the supporters of this candidate, is rather blurred. And that is why like we on paper cannot include that, but we have so many suspicions. And if we had the chance to like investigate that a little bit deeper, I believe the numbers would be much higher. And also, this doesn't include the Google advertisement, cooperation with like influencers on TikTok, Telegram, etc. Like TikTok in 2019 wasn't that popular, but it's important for our nowadays media landscape. So yeah, this is like approximate numbers of how much money wasn't reported. And the most important thing that we are being comparing these numbers by the money spent on entire advertisement. So these are the numbers which are being reported on the spendings of like physical advertisement, TV advertisement, etc., etc. And we had to like give the benefit of the doubt that everything was included and some part of them. So we didn't have any we didn't have a chance to see any proportions of different kinds of advertisement which was paid off on this reporting. Also, the next campaign for us was parliamentary elections, and here are the numbers are slightly lower. The overall spendings on Facebook and Instagram were 1.4 million of dollars spent by political parties, and about $500,000 were undeclared by campaigning parties. But there is also many bots, which I'm gonna address a little bit more in details in drawing the conclusions. And also, like I don't, if I'm not mistaken, in one of the yesterday panels was mentioned when we start monitoring, it always matters because like the parties and candidates who feel that they are monitored, they are more likely to report a little bit more diligently. And I really hopeful that these numbers are also like supporting this claim. And during the local elections, we, for our obvious limitations, didn't have a chance to count the unreported amounts of money reported by political parties and candidates in every Ukrainian Hromada, where the elections were held. But the spendings during the official electoral campaign were also pretty significant. It was about 1.1 million of dollars spent only in these two social networks. And here I would like to address how do we approach our work and our role as a non-governmental organization regarding the monitoring financial expenditures of parties for their campaigning. First of all, as I already mentioned, we are aiming to enhance accountability of political parties and candidates by civil watchdogging. But on the other hand, we are trying, doing our best to collect the most diverse and extensive database of cases first of all, to show how big the problem is, which kind of patterns do we have in spendings, the types of political advertisement use, political promotion strategies used online. And only Facebook and Instagram provides us an opportunity to draw any patterns, because in all other social networks where which are not that transparent for us as researchers, we can report only cases, but not patterns and trends. And this is the biggest issue for us. And collecting this database of cases and patterns, we could help the state and law enforcement authorities by flagging the most the weakest points, points which deserves their attention in this enormous field, and to help in to increase efficiency by seeing or everything which is going on online, and also sharing our experience and our methodologies to help to make their work also more efficient. And also we are advocating for data-driven decisions in everything which regarding regulations of social media and any changes which needs to be implemented, because there is no way to make these decisions not data-driven. And we are doing our best to provide the most of that data. And also we have several success cases. And as I already mentioned, we also regularly collaborate with National Agency on Corruption Prevention. And this is systemic collaboration involves constantly assessing their needs and our ways how to help with our knowledge, our expertise, our hands. And we are also have been providing first of all these cases and helping to gather the data from the Facebook ads library on the regular basis or on a case basis, where we flagged some violations which we already know of. And we hope to continue this fruitful collaboration in the future. And also on the basis of our monitoring during the by-election of 2021 on the two districts, two criminal proceedings were registered based on the data we gathered about the unreported spendings on online campaigning of the two candidates. But unfortunately, and here we slowly move into conclusions where I'm going to address it in more details. Unfortunately, those criminal proceedings basically didn't end with anything, because it's extremely hard to prosecute cases like that. And here we come into our limitations. And first and foremost, as I mentioned several times, that only Meta provides a transparent ads library. And this is especially important in Ukrainian context, because with the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Ukrainian media landscape changed dramatically, because first of all, 78 million of Ukrainians consume news from social media. And in the context where we have basically no regulation of social media, and this is being such a crucial platform now for media consumption in the future, for the future political campaigns in Ukraine and abroad. This poses so many challenges for us and so many future risks. And also, before we were concerned that only Meta provides us data, but they were the most popular social media network among the Ukrainians. But now it changed, and now other social, like Facebook, is dropping down in popularity, frankly, as everywhere around the world. And Telegram is number one platform for Ukrainians, where we have like no collaboration at all and no contact at all with the tech company, which are so proud of not collaborating with no state agencies and giving like no data, no monitoring on their own platform, no matter what the risks are. Like now, the lacunas in Telegram security could risk, like in some cases, literally our lives and the lives of our soldiers, for example. But in the future, it's gonna risk the legitimacy of Ukrainian electoral process, and even that is not important enough for example, Telegram. And with having no collaboration, like we are quite a small market. We couldn't have like any coercion with the tech companies which are not registered under our jurisdiction. We can only collaborate. So we need to to start this conversation. We need to have regulation first. We believe that without any legal framework, it's extremely difficult to start any conversation with like Meta, Twitter, or any other tech company, because like, of course, if we have regulation, but without collaboration, we couldn't enforce the rules we made here. But without regulation first, we have nothing with which we can approach the companies. And that is why we in dire need for the appropriate legal framework of regulating online campaigning. And also like the last challenge I'm gonna mention now to respect our timing, the only approximate numbers are available for us, and also only, like for example, for Meta, the amounts only in US dollars are available for us. And for Ukrainian market is extremely crucial, because like we also need the localization of currency and to see the spendings available in hryvnia, because like this benchmark of seeing the number of spent advertisement in user-friendly way was chosen by American model, where the most of the political ads cost in average about $250. In Ukraine, price starts from $35. It is the average price of political ad. And that is why the most of the political advertisement go below this threshold. And also with approximate numbers, we also cannot prosecute. We cannot do the prosecution with the screenshots, with approximate numbers, and so on and so on. So to our opinion, all the issues we addressed are like deeply interconnected, but I hope that with our collaboration with the state and NGO agencies and with our partners, we will successfully tackle it before our next electoral campaign. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. We're a bit behind schedule. Any final questions or comments? Yes.
Thank you, Magnus. It's actually not a question, but rather a comment or a proposal, because I saw almost in every single presentation of our colleagues on the stage the same struggles, the same challenges. And sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Nikolai Panfilo. I'm representing Promolex Association. My colleague Mariana mentioned the same challenges as I said. We acknowledge that here in this part of Europe, Moldova, Ukraine, you're not going to get this too early or too easy. The attention, I mean, of Google or Alphabet or other companies that needs to be more responsible. So my question or comment, invitation, if you want, is whether we could put our efforts together, actually, to advocate at the international level to achieve that, because this is very important area. So not only the business models or the business results should drive these companies to pay attention to us, to the region, but also the challenges that we have, that we face. Yes. And also one direction of our attention could be also now European Union, because both Moldova, Ukraine, hopefully Georgia, we will have the same path. Yes, and since we were talking about the European Union and preparation for some regulations in this regard, I think we need to adopt these regulations now when we have already this status, not to wait when we will be becoming members to benefit from the same tools that the European Union will be implementing. So I think we have a lot of work ahead. So I'm inviting my colleagues on the stage from the civil society to work together and to think ahead of some maybe solutions. In this regard, I would like to thank you organizers that brought us all together, because when you see the same challenges all around, it comes this kind of ideas. And I think our partners also mentioned on the banner there, IDEA International, IFES, NDI, could be also very much supportive in this regard, in this advocacy that we need to do. So thank you very much, all of you, and looking forward to work together.
Thank you so much for that. We can just simply agree with that statement. I'm being told by the organizers that we have a coffee break on the agenda, but we're going to take a brief break just so that we can change up the table here. That's your chance to go and grab a cup of coffee. And then we start again at 11:30. I want to thank our panelists. I also want to recognize that we have representatives from 3 of the leading groups in the region when it comes to campaign finance. Chesno and Opora in Ukraine and Promolex in Moldova. So thank you very much.
seats. We need to start. We have our guests online ready, so we will much appreciate if you can take your seats. Good morning again. It's me again. So the next topic is a fascinating topic of the emerging threats in online campaign, influencers, trolls, bot farms, third-party financing, and foreign funding. We've seen before many experiences, valuable, excellent source of information, analysis from leading CSOs working on the issue, which support very much and complement the work that international observer groups are doing, the Carter Center, NDI, IRI, the European Union, ODIHR. And on these specific topics, on the threats, it's very important to cooperate and work together. We've seen in the recent years how much the online platforms change and shape the political communication, particularly during election campaigns. They open new possibilities of participation, especially for women, for excluded groups, minorities. But we also see how much the online platforms presented the threats to the integrity of the process. We've seen that harmful content, disinformation, information manipulation, bots, trolls, all sort of amplification, manufacture amplification is affecting our democracies. The objective today is to go and analyze and hear more about those practices, experiences from our top expert. They will guide us through the complexity of this topic. And if it's possible at the end of the session is also to find and to look together for solutions or recommendations that legislatures, oversight bodies, media sector, tech companies, and all the stakeholders involved can adopt to protect the integrity of the political processes. I have the honor of introducing the first speaker, Marcin Olander, who will join us online. Hi, Marcin. Marcin is a Google Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager for Central and Eastern Europe. Thank you, Marcin, for being with us. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, bună ziua. I am very happy to be with you, but very unhappy to be with you online. And let me assure you, this is not just lip service, as I have been actually to the very place the conference is taking place right now. So Castel Mimi, and I have very fond personal memories with a certain wine produced there called Roșu de Bulboaca, and it has had a profound effect on my personal life, if I may just end it there. So I'm very envious of you, and I wish I could be there in person, as it's an amazing place and the wine is absolutely one of my favorites. So apologies once again. I hope to join you in person as soon as I can, in particular because recently my team where I work from Warsaw, so the Central and Eastern European public policy team at Google, has now officially become responsible for issues in Moldova. So I hope to be more present, even in my personal capacity. My team, certainly my colleague in Bucharest, will be engaging with Moldovan stakeholders from now on. So very happy, a very big change, and I think at a very important time for the whole region and Moldova as well. So thank you again for the invitation, and thank you for allowing me to, on a very broad level, of course, give a picture of what what we are doing and what is the approach of Google to these issues. As you kindly pointed out, that are growing in importance and of course are a concern to many people, both on the political side, but also of course us on the tech side. We are of course committed to upholding democracy, and these malign actors and abuse of our platforms that endangers political processes, of course, very high on the agenda for us, and we're trying to address this through several avenues or several ways, both on the technical side, on the policy side, and through engagements with civil society and political actors, as we believe that only cooperation and a concerted effort can yield positive results. So just perhaps I will give an overview and maybe open myself later on for any questions if something needs more clarification on a very top level. Of course, any sort of fake engagement, manipulation, buying of views or prominence, that sort of, especially by covert foreign agents, is absolutely not allowed by our policy. So that's the baseline. We not just discourage, but actively police and enforce this ban. And if you look at the numbers of channels that get removed, as this is, of course, the most harsh punishment that we can impose on someone that breaks the rules on our platform. So we can remove that certain account. So thousands and thousands of accounts are being removed every year for this sort of engagement. So any sort of covert manipulation, so buying of views, buying of likes, is definitely forbidden, and in particular, of course, by well, let's just say very generally, outside influence operations. That is a very particular kind of action. So of course there's all sorts of fake engagement is banned, but this sort of concerted influence operations are a special kind, and they are handled in a special fashion. There's a special team called the Threat Analysis Group at Google who handles these sort of operations that are not just done by an individual actor, but we have reasons to believe that there is a powerful perhaps a state sponsor behind this sort of action. And in particular, when you look to the East, a few months ago, we published a special report called The Fog of War, where the Threat Analysis Group analyzed everything that went on for the first 1 year of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, how the cyber operations, which we identify as coming from the Russian Federation and affiliated entities, how they picked up in strength, how they varied across time, and what we did to counteract these operations. A lot of them were, of course, typical cyber security attacks, trying to infiltrate networks and individuals as well. So there's, of course, a huge emphasis on that. But a separate category were coordinated influence operations, and TAG disrupted almost 2,000 such operations within the first year of the war. So these things, of course, are constant. And if you like crunching numbers, the Threat Analysis Group publishes quarterly bulletins, and there you can see how many of these bot networks, or however you wish to call them, are removed every quarter. And just as a funny fact, Russia is not the biggest source of these bot networks. Actually, there's another state which is about 10 times as big in terms of creating these influence operations. It's China, so it's out there publicly. So if you like to peruse these numbers, they're out there. So this kind of fight continues every day. It hasn't started last year, but of course it has become more first of all more important, and there's a lot more activity coming from the East, obviously, which is correlated. You can see that in the report if you like with certain development on the ground. So this is not random. The cyber domain just supports you know, policy objectives which are reflected in some physical operations on the ground, and they also vary and change depending on the circumstances. So that's one side of the equation: the policies against fake engagement and manipulation, and our enforcement. On the political ad side, of course, we allow political advertising as such, and we do not believe that an outright ban on political advertising is necessary. But of course, limits are there, and we do support limiting. In particular, you know, the issue of micro-targeting is often mentioned, that this is something that is too dangerous to be allowed, and we agree. And political advertising on Google, including YouTube, can only be done on a very rough level. So the targeting, of course, you can target by country, say, or age group or location, but nothing about the individuals themselves can be used. So, you know, like particular preferences or some personal capacity of a person, that kind of stuff, that cannot be used as a targeting metric for ads on Google. And again, I think this is an important and necessary measure. The second, so limitations on one side and transparency on the other side. So there's a public register of political advertising on Google that you can access and see. At least this should be visible. Of course, the system is not 100% watertight, but when everything goes according to our policy, so when the ad is properly declared, it is put into that public register where you can see who paid for the ad, how many views it received, and how it was targeted, which is I think what transparency demands. For this to function properly, advertisers should go through a process of declaration and verification. So no outside, you know, this is, I hate to say this is 100% true for the European Union for now, but no foreign actors can pay for political advertising within the European Union. That's the rule. As for Moldova, I will have to double check what the current status is. I'm afraid I cannot say for sure for now, but this is the general idea that we're going for, that outside payments for political advertising should not be allowed, because obviously that comes with certain risks for democracy. So political advertising is allowed, but has its limits and needs transparency. One last bit is, of course, the policies in terms of content. This is especially important on platforms where we host content, which is mostly YouTube, of course. It is perhaps not the #1 platform for political campaigning or political speech. I think other platforms are much more important in this regard. But we do have political speech that is also subjected to both the general rules for content on YouTube. So things like hate speech, harassment, and bullying, that is not allowed, even if you're a politician or you work on a political campaign. But also there are some specific rules that strive to protect the democratic process, meaning disinformation that is strictly aimed at disrupting elections and political processes, like misleading voters about how to vote or who's eligible to vote or be chosen, about the times of voting, also incitement to disrupt elections. These sort of very particular kinds of disinformation or manipulation are expressly forbidden and are removed if detected. As there is no general disinformation policy, of course, like most legal systems, we allow people to say things that are untrue, but there are some untrue statements that are particularly dangerous and harmful. In this particular case, harmful for democracy and liable to disrupt the process in such a way that we feel that real world harm is a real danger, hence they are not allowed on YouTube. Now, this is a very broad brush description of our approach to safeguarding political processes against undue influence. And I'm happy to take questions or however else we want to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcin. Thank you. This is a unique opportunity for us to ask you questions. Yes, I see from colleagues.
Thank you very much. It's great to have you here with us and to have opportunity to ask few questions. I'm Vanya Bialca-Prutina. I'm a member of the Central Election Commission of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are dealing with quite problems with Google Ads. And as I heard today, other country participate of these conferences recognize the same issues. I would like to ask you two concrete questions, if you can answer me now. The first question is, which tool we should use in Bosnia and Herzegovina to find out and to get information about who paid for Google Ads, who paid for some Google Ads? That's the first question. The second question is which tool we should use to report Google Ads, which we find that violating our national laws. We have one particular case, I think on last local election, I will be short. One Google ad actually was hate speech, and it was available on YouTube and on different web pages. And even though we sanctioned that political party for that content and forbid that content, we didn't know, we really didn't know how to remove that from internet and to who to report that. And that's why I would like to ask you, sorry for using this opportunity, but I don't have another one, to connect Central Election Commission of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think we should cooperate as we have cooperation with Meta, because we really recognize this problem with Google Ads as one of the main problems when we talk about online campaign. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and for the questions. And first of all, of course, apologies for anything that goes wrong on our systems. A lot of things, given the volume of millions and millions, hundreds of millions of ads that we go through, obviously this is in large part a machine handled process, the verification of these ads, which is by despite some people saying that artificial intelligence will take over from humans very soon, I don't see this happening anytime soon. The systems, even though we tried to train them for many years, are still very, as you can say, fallible. So apologies. Obviously, this shouldn't happen. Hate speech is, of course, disallowed. The policies that regard Google Ads in general should be, at least in theory, even stricter than most of our other policies. So of course, hate speech shouldn't, in particular, appear there. So in terms of what happens, of course, if you find a Google ad, you should be able to click on this little blue button in the corner, and there is options to report these ads. So that should work. But this is available to all people on the internet, everybody. So that's the easiest route. There's also special ways to contact us, but if I could please maybe ask the organizers to provide my personal details for you to contact, and we could discuss these in between a government or a public entity and Google. There are some options, but one of the problems is also, as you are aware, we have no representation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, so that is also an issue. Until lately, also our presence in Moldova was limited, but we'll hopefully improve on this in the coming months. Sorry, there was a second part of your question about who paid. This should be in the transparency report. I am, however, unable to confirm if Bosnia-Herzegovina is actually covered by the transparency, the political ads transparency provisions. I would have to confirm with my colleagues. I do not know this. I'm sorry, but for countries that are covered, this should be visible in the transparency report.
Thank you, Anastasia. Yes.
Hello, and I would like to thank you for attending our conference and giving us a chance to ask you directly. And I represent one of Ukrainian NGOs. And now we are preparing for the how the future look like after the first post-war elections in Ukraine. And now at the moment, approximately 8 million of Ukrainians are found temporal occupation in European Union, for example. And my question is that we in Ukraine have to be conscious that not everyone gonna come back in Ukraine after the war is over. And here, during the first post-war elections, we are encountering a challenge that our parties and candidates need to fulfill the political agitation for abroad. And taking into account how big like foreign electorate is, I would like to ask how Google gonna treat the Ukrainian electoral online campaigning for our abroad electorate, because like we need this opportunity, but if we cannot launch the advertisement from Ukraine about Ukrainian elections to the European Union, whether it's going to be treated the same way as the foreign influence or not. Thank you.
And that's an excellent question. And to be honest, I haven't thought of this particular issue previously, so I cannot answer this. But you are right that this is an important issue. I'm afraid I can't answer. This is. Perhaps the fact that Ukraine is a candidate country. This is excellent. I hope to find out myself very soon, and I can get back, I don't know, either through the organizers or again directly. Please feel free to distribute my personal contacts to anyone who wishes to contact me. I'm sorry, this is a great question and a very important problem, and I will try to find out as soon as possible. We don't know when the elections will happen, right? This is not yet. Hopefully, as soon as possible. So we should be ready. Thank you very much for pointing this out.
Thank you, Marcin. Thank you, Anastasia. Some other questions from the public? Then, Marcin, if I may, I have a question. The Google Transparency Report is a very useful tool you mentioned, but very limited and a bit behind compared to Meta, for example, on some features. So now with the EU regulation coming up soon, before hopefully the European election, how Google is preparing for this, for complying with the requirements, especially related to paid ads?
Well, thank you for pointing out that we're behind Meta. I will take this feedback back to my people at Central. Hopefully we can improve. There's a big effort right now, and we actually filed the first, if you see in terms of our internal reporting changes, the biggest effort right now is centered around the Digital Services Act. So there's a lot of reporting obligations there. We have filed this first baseline report also within the framework of the code of conduct on disinformation, right? So there's a lot of work being done right now. It is all in a bit of a state of flux. Obviously, some of these it is a complicated effort. You know, if you have to, I don't think I can convey what complexity it means to produce one single piece of data for such a huge organization. It has to be vetted, of course, by hundreds of different people, different organizations. So there's a lot of work right now, which I hope will bear fruit, you know, around August, maybe even, as one of the deadlines in the DSA draws close. But you can look at the first kind of glimpse at the baseline reports. We filed them, a Meta file, and most of the big platforms that sign up to the code of practice have filed them. So this is a step to improve this. It actually, one of the things it does, it has a lot more country-specific data, but it's not very readable. I have to admit that. So there's a lot of data there, but it needs, you know, a lot of dedication from someone to really analyze this. I hope it will kind of trickle down into the transparency report, which is much more readable. It's better in terms of presentation. It's easy to use, but as you say, it has relatively few features, although these are also growing. If you look over time, when I came to Google, it was a very basic tool with just, I think, copyright takedowns and a few other things, and it has since then grown tremendously to include a large number. So the direction of travel, I think, is clear, and our commitment to give more data, more transparency is also clear, especially now with the DSA. There's also provisions that are about better cooperation with researchers and more access to researchers. So I think you're going to see a lot of improvements, hopefully even in the coming months, but this is still all in the works. And believe me when I say these things are complicated.
Thank you, Marcin. We believe you, and we thank you for also being a focal point in the future. Thank you very much. We go to the next speaker, Yulia Shipilova, IDEA Program Officer for Eastern Europe. Yulia will be talking about the role of influencers in countries like USA, Philippines, Kazakhstan, and about coordinated operation in other different countries. Thank you, Yulia.
Thank you, Francesca. Yeah, and when designing this conference, we were thinking about these emerging threats that are appearing with using different tools somehow to manipulate campaigning. And we were afraid that if we will be discussing these issues in other sessions, we will not have enough opportunity to focus on them. And it's maybe one of the most complicated issue comparatively even to many others. And when trying to find how to name the presentation, I was thinking whether we can actually call all of them just illicit practices, because in many contexts, these issues are not regulated and do not necessarily are illegal or illicit. So it's a kind of a very complicated question for all of us to discuss and to think together. And I will start with the influencers. Actually, EU in one of the reports provided a kind of explanation, whom do we consider is supposed to be an influencer. And one of the key features is that this is a person who is creating the content, but also importantly, building trusty relations with the subscribers, so that then this person could influence their opinions and actually somehow to impact their behavior. And also it is someone who is engaging with commercial enterprises in order to get some kind of income from his or her activity. And this is important because I mean, like, there are many other users that might have many followers, but some of them do not are not paid for such activity. So in this regard, it's just also important to mention that preferably when we are referencing to influencers, it's good also to keep in mind that they should get some profit from the activities that they are providing. And in terms of country examples, I selected 3 different cases which are very different in their nature. Because, for example, in the United States of America, it is actually allowed to engage influencers for the campaigning, and they are even paid officially. And PAC, political action committees that are getting donations and contributions for the politicians, they are even reporting on influencers. The only one problem that is referenced in the literature mostly is that they are reporting quite comprehensively without detailization. So it's difficult then to check how much it was paid to actual influencer and to check whether this data is correct or not. Completely different story is in Philippines, where there was a presidential candidate, Durate, who was campaigning using his social media accounts, and he was quite popular. And in 2016, he actually was more successful than his competitor Marcos, who was not so active on social media. And starting from 2016, Marcos became much more visible with millions of followers on social media. And actually, he won elections with 31 million votes, which was an amazing amount for the country. But what was interesting within his campaign, while he was campaigning on himself quite actively on social media, he was also building a network of influencers who were following him and who were spreading his messages. But once elections were over, strangely enough, I guess that no one was expecting these consequences. But those who were originally just taking these messages as part of the coordinated campaign, which was quite united, they were then polarized. Some of them were supporting the leading administration, and some were quite critical. So he convinced some of his supporters to be critical to the opponents. So while it was a kind of coordinated campaign, but the consequences were quite natural and not expectable. And in Kazakhstan, it's an interesting case because on 16th of June, the parliament of Kazakhstan adopted a new law, which is called on online platforms. And it is now, from what I saw on 29th of June, it was approved by Senate. So it's under signature of the president of Kazakhstan. And once it will be signed, and I guess since it was already passed by two chambers, more likely it will be passed, influencers will be, first of all, responsible to pay taxes, while many are saying like, okay, everyone's supposed to pay taxes in Kazakhstan, so it makes no sense on the one hand to regulate somehow specifically role of influencers, but also they will be responsible for sharing disinformation. And many experts, civil society experts in Kazakhstan are saying that this is a way how to restrict actually the operation of opinion leaders, some of whom are influencers. So by saying this, here are some challenges which we see in terms of engaging influencers to the campaigning. First of all, this area is mostly unregulated globally or regulated within general political finance or campaign finance regulations. At the same time, it is completely neglecting the nature of the phenomenon and how actually these opinion leaders are appearing, and how they are not legal entities and they are sometimes acting in their personal capacity, and what kind of influence they may have while they are not state institutions, they are not civil society organizations or political parties. And of course, it is mostly not reported. In many instances, it's not reported. There is no special requirement for reporting on influencers. And I guess Amelia can tell us a little bit more about Latvian example in terms of this, but it's a kind of very unreported area mostly. Also, it's very difficult to split where this is a freedom of speech or organic content. So influencer is also a person. So he or she may have some preferences, political preferences, and in theory, can actually express these preferences. At the same time, what is concerned for us as political finance experts is whether it is paid or not. And this is a big question, because if this is organic content and this is a real preference of influencer, how it should be then regulated or not regulated, and what is the balance between regulating or not regulating, how we can, for example, restrict some person to express preference and opinion. And challenges, of course, for detection, investigation, and prosecution. Since it is not regulated in many instances, it is not possible. But also even in those cases when it is somehow regulated, to detect how much influencer was paid is quite difficult, since mostly in many instances it is done unofficially and never declared to any state institutions and authorities. But also Kazakhstan experience is showing us that over-regulation in the countries with weak rule of law may lead to censorship, because this is not a way to ensure transparency of political finance, but it's the way to restrict freedom of speech. So these issues are challenging and should be somehow further regulated. And then Marcin was already sharing good practices on bots, and just to somehow so that we can discuss who are bots and trolls. So bots are mostly those who are producing, it's a software actually that is producing behavior that is similar to human being behavior, so adapting messages, but they are produced automatically. And trolls, these are real people who are hired in order to produce certain content in coordinated manner. And in this regard, we have also 3 case studies, and I guess all of them are also quite different, but quite interesting. The first case study is Russia and Internet Research Agency. It was quite well known for the interference in the US elections in 2016. It's quite difficult to say when it actually appeared, but different sources say from 2007 from 2013 when this network appeared. And this network was hired it was just simple advertisement on social media in different newspapers that time, that, oh, we are hiring people who need just to produce content, just to post something on social media, to comment, and so on. So then they had a big office in St. Petersburg neighborhood where all these trolls were located. They were coordinated. They have planned how much posts and how much comments they need to produce during the day. So it's very regulated area with quantitative indicators for actually how for the effectiveness of their role. And they are paid and sources are very different. So it's also difficult to say in US dollars because the currency exchange is so changing, but around $1,000 per month they are paid. And what is interesting about this network that allegedly they are paid by Russian government. So comparatively to many other networks and bot farms that we will be discussing, there are many indications and investigative journalists, researchers that the contracts are quite legal. So the government is paying to this Internet Research Agency for informational services. So it's a real contract and the government can pay for informational services for providing information, but also the activities of these Internet Research Agencies showed that they were largely engaged in Russian propaganda against Ukraine and overall against European Union and Western countries. And once again, interestingly enough, on Philippines, this is a lady who is troll, and she is sharing with public how she became a troll. So her family doesn't know that she is a troll. She is working from home, and she has her own plan how much she needs to produce during the day. So she is getting tasks, and she is working from home, very distant remote working, very convenient working arrangement. And she didn't have employment, so for her it was just a good way to earn some money. It was an easy way, since it's not so much qualified work. You are getting some messages and you need to disseminate them and to post, so you have a plan and you need to act according to the plan. And in December last year, we were conducting also a baseline assessment on online campaign finance in Moldova. And within that assessment, we also heard a lot regarding troll farms here in Moldova. And allegedly, trolls are paid from 500 to 1,000 euros per month. And usually political forces may spend up to, numbers were very different, from $50,000 to $450,000. So it's a kind of very rough estimations, and that political experts were sharing with us during the assessment. But we also need to mention that these case studies, both for influencers and for trolls and bot farms, they are not unique. Both of these phenomena, they exist in most of the countries. It's very rare that country doesn't have such example. It's just to share some practices how this is operating. But they are usually used for disinformation campaigns through bot farms. So it's very simple. You are developing core narrative. So there is a core team that is writing what should be said. In Russian case, it's Russia Today, propaganda TV channel that is producing, actually in coordination with Russian government, producing some kind of content. Then onboarding influencers and fake account operators, bots, we can also call them fake account operators, and then dissemination and amplification on social media. What we've also heard during our assessment here in Moldova, that interestingly enough, it could be also used on TikTok, for example, or on Telegram, where there are a number of groups which might be not related to politics. It might be some group of lovers of flowers or dog lovers or whatever. And then these core narratives are adopted by copywriters to the content of these groups and placed like organic message. So it's not usually as paid ads. So it's difficult to detect. It's just one of the messages that you will see in the group. And then it's quite difficult to differentiate what is real information and what is just part of this coordinated campaign. Lots of challenges, and I guess we all need to discuss the way forward. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Julia. That was really, really interesting, and how complex and how difficult is also to assess the link that those groups have with political parties, for example. It's not always clear whether those groups are working for political parties or a candidate. Sometimes we've seen in missions those coordinated efforts that were supporting one party and against another, and then vice versa in the same electoral process. And so mostly are for disrupting the integrity of the process. So it's not really it's very difficult.
Yeah, if I may reflect, yes, indeed, we were actually openly shared that, anyone, and this is relevant for Ukraine as well. It's a kind of, there is a network, and different political parties are using this network. So these networks are created far beyond elections. So they are prepared well in advance, and then different political parties may use them, the same networks. The only issue is transparency in this regard. So many political parties are violating this the same way, and this is just not clear who paid for this.
Thank you. We go to the next speaker, Miss Emilia Raituma. Emilia is the head of the investigation of violation of a very specialized anti-corruption authority of Latvia, called CNAB. Amelia will be presenting the work and the activities of NAB and her significant experience gained over many, many years in prevention of political corruption. Thank you, Amelia. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Francesca. Dear colleagues, good morning. I am from Corruption Prevention and Combating Bureau. The Bureau is an institution of the state administration under the supervision of the Cabinet of Ministry, which performs the function determined by law in corruption prevention and combating, as well as in controlling fulfillment of financing provision of political parties. There are about 150 people working in the bureau, and 10 people are working in division of control of political parties financing. Our bureau check if a political party has received an illegal donation, violated limitations of financing. For example, third-party mediation in donating to a party, received an anonymous donation, violated limitations of the pre-election expenditure amounts, use a state budget according with the law, and submitted to our bureau the following information: annual financial declaration, election income and expenditure declaration. Legal acts are following is a law of financing of political organization and pre-election campaign law. Legislation in the field of political party financing and pre-election campaigning has been consolidated in Latvia since the establishment of the Bureau. It has been achieved that the role of money in politics has been reduced and pre-election campaigns have become more effective from the point of view of public interest. That is less expensive advertising, more decisions and direct meetings of candidates with voters. Political parties in Latvia may be financed by private person membership fees and joining fees, donations from private person and the state budget. The political parties must submit such reports, declaration of income, annual report, report about donations. And in Latvia, there is certain limits for pre-election campaign financing. They are aimed to reduce the role of money in party pre-election campaign financing. In this slide, you can see limitations of pre-election campaign spending for parties. For example, there are spending limits on advertisement in television, radio, public space, press, and internet, and sponsorship during the election campaign. And the pre-election spending limit of a third party is €7,000. However, the results of latest parliament election in 2022 showed that there are significant changes in pre-election campaigns, and limitations that we adopted 5 or 10 years ago are not working equally and effective now. In the last election, parties used more advertising on social networks, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Telegram, and other platforms. And here is a summary about the general legislation on the placement of advertising during the pre-election period, including the placement of advertising on the internet. We use Facebook library ad tools to monitor party activity on social networks and platforms. Also, we use app that call informed NAB, and everybody can use to file a complaint or report of violation. User can add screen, photos, and video in this app. Bureau is buying independent monitoring report about pre-election spending, but the best results are from our app, Facebook library use, and daily information analysis which is done by our employees. Internet costs are so insignificant compared to other pre-election campaign expenses that currently those parties that were focusing on campaign in social platforms get as good or even better results as those parties that went traditional way with advertising in radio, television, press, and other sources. In this slide, you can see party that according the surveys had 2.3% of support in the beginning of the election campaign, but got 6.8% votes and 11 seats in the parliament. Name of this party is Stabilitate, and it is supported mainly by Russian-speaking voters. This party used social platform like TikTok a very lot, and they influence in TikTok. This case caused a great resonance in Latvian society because due to Russian aggression in Ukraine, there are a lot of decisions about how to prevent influencing the results of election made by other countries. This case proved that with a small financial and digital resources, you can influence the choice of voters. And the Bureau has very limited resources to control advertisement at various social platforms. In this case, with Stabilitate, the party spent only 37,000 euro on pre-election campaign, of which only 1,600 euro were expenses on ads in internet and social media. But the total limit of parties spending is 700,000. Therefore, we believe that it is necessary to discuss more about restriction and control possibilities of different social platforms so we can reduce threat of interference by other countries in the future election. Therefore, the currently available tools for controlling party pre-election campaigns, including the internet, are checking and analyzing information, notification, media, monitoring of posted agitation. We purchase the service from mass media. We are checking information from residents, application, complaints, submission, anonymous calls, and volunteers. Audit of declaration and reports. Bureau asks society to report election-related offenses. And citizens can send report about possible pre-election campaign violation in our mobile app, as well as on Facebook and Twitter. After audit, we can discover illegal donation, violated limitation of financing, for example, third-party donation for election, violated limitations of pre-election expenditure amounts, used administrative resource in pre-election campaign, and violations in the use of the state budget. For social media, we do monitoring. It means that we are tracking hashtags, keywords, and mention in platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and Telegram. But as you know, internet has no limits, so it's really hard to check every single platform, especially Telegram and TikTok, which nowadays is the main source for all kind of information. Also, if we see some violation in Facebook or some another platform, we need to inform party to take down the post. Huge help we get from social media users who are aware of illegal activities. So they get in touch with us, but by using of our app. But best results we took from Facebook library use and daily information analysis, which is our employees. But as I said, monitoring is a huge challenge in a digital age, and we are always looking to improve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emilia. I suggest we listen to the other presentations, and then we open the floor for questions at the end. The next speaker is Marcin Walewski, Senior Resident Country Director of Ukraine for NDI. Marcin will give us an overview on foreign interference and foreign funding in different countries. Thank you, Marcin.
Thank you, Francesca. And I'm going to take you to a dark side of politics for the next 7 to 8 minutes. As we say, power corrupts, corrupts absolutely, so there'll be no PowerPoint from my side. I would just try to focus on some key findings of my own research, but also, some of the reports which I would like to, to bring to your attention. And again, in 7 minutes, we cannot cover all the cases, but I will focus on some of the recent activities of Russia and bring your attention to what China is doing, and maybe suggest some of the key recommendations for our stakeholders and then for agencies represented here in the room. So just to start, normally we would probably go into our region, Central Eastern Europe. We would talk about some oligarchs. All of you named, the names. We have certain oligarchs in Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, Ukraine. You know who they are. You know how they made their money, and they know how they've been trying to influence the process. But this is a wrong assumption if we only focus on this region. And I would strongly encourage all of you to look at the recent report of the UK Intelligence and Security Committee of the British Parliament, the report on Russia, which was published in 2020. And if you were to read carefully paragraphs 49 to 59, you will see how Russia managed to penetrate political parties.
Și acolo o să vedeți o schemă foarte detaliată cum, deci acest comitet de informare care se numește Londocrat și utilizează anumite mecanisme de identificare a ilegalităților prin care diferite țări, cum este Rusia, încearcă să influențeze situația politică din alte țări. De exemplu, pentru fiecare țară din Europa putem identifica așa o schemă, dacă e să cercetăm în detalii. La moment avem o oportunitate datorită curajului poporului ucrainean, noi și deschiderii ucrainenilor, noi putem acum să cercetăm situația în teritoriu și vreau să zic că una dintre primele tentative ale unor entități din Rusia de a se implica în afacerile politice ale altor țări datează încă cu secolul XVIII, în care Rusia s-a implicat în activitățile politice ale Poloniei și știm din istorie cazuri în care deci știm
and we've seen the system of permanent penetration of democratic. At that point, Poland was an elected monarchy and kings were elected. So Russia was influencing most important votings and most important elections. And my colleagues from Lithuania are smiling because we then had joined a kingdom, Lithuania and Poland. So already in 18th century, Russia was penetrating the neighboring countries. Research, my own research and other colleagues shows that since the Second World War, KGB was influenced more than 100 elections in Europe. KGB was very active in Italy and in many other countries. So, we have many cases. Almost every country in Europe was affected by foreign funding, Russian funding. But what is more shocking is recent report of Atlantic Council showing that Russian oligarchs, and there are about 15, 17 oligarchs who've been particularly influential when it comes to funding, that Russian oligarchs and Russia is still controlling, as of 2021, 750 billion euros parked in different organizations, different networks, and this money been and will be used to influence European politics. So this is a huge problem. And again, I will be happy to share with you the reports. This Atlantic Council report is very detailed, showing how the system operates. And when I had discussions with colleagues from Moneyval and from Greco, among experts, we knew that a few years ago, with this phone, you could within 2 days open a foundation in Austria, get a notary in Liechtenstein, create 4 layers of shell companies, Malta, Virgin Islands, Cyprus, to influence politics in most of the Central Eastern European countries. And question to all of you colleagues, guess which country is the #1 investor in Ukraine? Which country is #2 investor in Moldova? Cyprus. So, if you look at how Russia was penetrating business, politics, as I said, until 2022, February 2022, we had a huge national security issue. I think most of us do realize what is going on. Many agencies, we've heard from colleagues from a National Intelligence Agency, do risk analysis. But right now, the biggest challenge would be is if you look at most of our countries, every country which allows for companies to contribute to political parties, to contribute to campaigns, this is your #1 risk area. Russia used to use shallow companies, proxies, individuals, without knowing real beneficiaries, without knowing who is behind those companies, with those mechanisms of 3, 4 layers, we are not able to really control who is paying for politics in Europe. So, we definitely have a unique moment to address this issue. Russian money is still in Europe. Some of those companies are still operating. I would like to congratulate my favorite commission, Lithuanian Commission. They were the first one to create online database for financial donations. And in 2004, 2005, thanks to this system, they were able to trace money which were going to the campaign of President Paksas. And this was the first orchestrated mechanism for Russia to influence decision about Lithuania joining NATO and trying to influence elections. And there are many, many cases which I would be happy, to discuss with you during the break. But second point, since over the last 15 years, there's another important player which we need to be aware of. And I will very quickly tell you about what is happening in China. So, traditionally, China had mostly contacts with ideological parties, sister parties, communist, socialists. This approach has changed since 2010, 2012. And there are 3 new departments being established within the Central Committee. Those departments are coordinating very closely Chinese investment with building links with political parties. China has organized 5 major forums for political parties. Right now, China is controlling about 500 parties globally and about 150 parties in Europe with close personal links. And they're modifying the business model which Russia created. They have Chinese billionaires, oligarchs also operating in the same way, mostly in Australia, New Zealand, in Asia. But we've already seen a penetration going into Central Eastern Europe. There was a youth forum organized by China, which brought together young politicians from Central Eastern Europe. In 2021, China organized World Political Parties Summit, which was represented by more than 500 parties, including, as I said, 160 politicians from Central Eastern Europe. So, that's another worrying trend. They are very professional, have very well-equipped departments. One of those departments is International Relations Department, ILD. And, we should be also very careful about Chinese investment, Chinese connections with our political parties. They're doing in a softer way. They definitely are not involved in the same levels of direct corruption as Russia, but this is, an issue which we should be looking at very carefully. So, I mean, I could continue for hours telling you about what are the risk areas and how to address it, but let me focus on 4, which in my opinion are fundamental for what can be done. And that's what Francesca asked me to focus on things which can be done. First of all, starting with political parties. Political parties really need to take this approach of know your client, really have to be very careful with contributions coming from some companies, really assuming that any company which has links with Russian business through overseas companies is a high-risk company. The same applies to Chinese companies. Those donations always have strings attached. We have to be very careful also looking at other initiatives which involve cultural institutions, think tanks, ideological institutions. They've been created by ALD in China, and they are also used to influence politics and pay for political parties. 3 other areas. One, definitely closer collaboration between central election commissions, anti-corruption agencies with those agencies which are in charge of money laundering, PEPs. There needs to be a better exchange of information when it comes to anti-money laundering, and closer exchange of information when it comes to publicly exposed persons and their financial transactions. Definitely there needs to be, and I've been already discussing with Magnus for months, we need to organize a major forum for civil society organizations to discuss what they are doing in terms of observation, monitoring. There needs to be a closer collaboration between leading civil society organizations working on this issue. Colleagues from Opora, from Chesno, from TI, we have 20, 30 leading organizations in Europe. There is really time to start exchanging information and start monitoring certain individuals and certain companies which are involved in foreign funding. And finally, for a separate discussion, definitely not a public discussion, there is need for closer collaboration among security services, IFES, national intelligence agencies. The issue of foreign funding of political parties is an issue of national security, and it should not be underestimated. We have a unique chance to address the issue of Russian funding, and we need to be prepared for future problems we'll have with Chinese funding. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Marcin. And now I give the floor to Olga Snopok, media analyst of the leading CSO Opora from Ukraine. Olga will present today an analysis of online platforms, mostly Facebook, during local election, Ukrainian local election 2019. Thank you, Olga.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for invitation to this amazing event. And I want to continue my speech in Ukrainian.
Well, this today's panel is dedicated to modern-day challenges which result from online propaganda. So promotion, when some non-authentic accounts are used, trolls, bots, for such promotion. And these are the challenges which are relevant to the Ukrainian electoral context. The Opora organization is overseeing this process of elections since 2007, and most of the electoral campaigns were quite common and standard. So you have your TV stations, you have your advertising outside in the streets, and then since 2019, the social networks spearheaded the popularity in Ukraine, and they become a very powerful platform for promotional campaigns and campaigning in general during presidential campaign and local electoral campaigns. So during those campaigns, we've noticed how actively they use political advertising on Facebook, and when they use non-authentic accounts and coordinated pages and unauthentic behavior, foreign influence, those were the biggest challenges we faced over the last couple of years. So that's the scale of using coordinated and authentic behaviors. Just have a look at these numbers. So based on the information from the Meta company, over the last 5 years, Ukraine took the 5th place in the world in terms of using coordinated web pages in different platforms. And since 2021, over 1,000 accounts on Facebook were blocked, also on Instagram, and over 900 groups and accounts created inside Ukraine by different Ukrainian politicians and political parties who were trying to influence the electoral process inside the country. Now, what's
За цей час
important? So you don't see these numbers here, but still. Since 2019, Facebook blocked 6 large coordinated networks which were created in Russia, and they were trying to impact Ukraine's political situation. They were trying to impact our voters. And at the legislative level, I don't think we can introduce any kind of prosecution for using those unauthentic accounts and those coordinated campaigns. It presents a lot of challenges. So in this case, we can only rely on the tech companies and their desire and the goodwill to delete those malicious networks which we identified. Now, speaking about our experience observing elections during the latest local elections back in 2020 during campaigning, just our organization alone identified 3 coordinated networks which were used by the candidates and the parties for self-promotion. And in total, 65 Facebook pages were used by these networks. And eventually, we identified 154 inauthentic accounts run by bots or trolls. Now, that's how the biggest network looks like, which we detected 19 Facebook pages, and all of them were supporting a mayor of one of the Ukrainian cities. They supported him quite actively, and they discredited his main opponent. We identified 55 bot accounts, and what else is important for this network? Most of these pages belong to local municipal media, which is funded from a local budget or a central budget. And that was the campaign run by the local mayor. So that already has certain features of misuse of public funds. And again, the Facebook promotion campaigns are outside the regulation in Ukraine and outside the legal framework. So we could not really do much to counteract.
агенцій, яка прямо на своєму сайті зазначає, що так, ми готові провести для вас
So we heard that they said, well, we want to help you with your campaign, and the price tag is this much. So we complained to Meta. Unfortunately, this network is still there, and it is still developing and growing, and we cannot complain against this public relations agency, because formally for self-promotion, they still can use those web pages, those platforms. And for us, for CSOs, that's a huge problem, because we do have the resource to detect those influence companies. We do have the resource to inform the big tech or the government, but the response usually is minimal or non-existent. Also, we have some success stories which are connected to the fact that sometimes big tech is talking back to us. So this gentleman, his name is Andrei Palchevsky, and in 2020, he ran as a candidate mayor of Kiev. And during the monitoring, we identified 3 Facebook pages which were broadcasting same exact promotions with fake information about polls, where somehow that candidate was ranking second in the ratings. The actual unbiased polls were showing only 2% of support. Now, all these 3 pages, they were all broadcasting advertising, and they did not correlate with the official campaign of any candidates or parties. And the disclaimers that Meta is talking about did not say a word about who was paying for this advertising, who was promoting this advertising. All the websites, all the addresses were fake. And the Facebook ad library was used to find out that $38,000 was spent for the fake polls, as you've seen on the screenshots. Also, these are the comments made by bot accounts. And what's interesting, these were the bot accounts that were using Russian language for promotion. They were all praising the candidate. They were claiming that he was the best. And when we published our investigation, Facebook responded very quickly. And I think on the following day or one day after, they deleted the political ads for that candidate, and also the pages were eventually deleted. So the success stories, when the big tech is helping us, they do exist. And the public sector in Ukraine has a lot of issues in terms of tracking the inauthentic behavior. We do not have direct contact with social network companies who could quickly respond and delete a compromised network or account or fake accounts. And we do not have any guarantees, that those fake accounts will be deleted, even if we can talk to this tech company. So these are exceptions, the success stories, not the rule. And also we have to cooperate with other social networks. We have to cooperate with YouTube. The ad library there is working just for a small number of countries. It's not open for Ukraine, and we cannot track political advertising in Ukraine and from Ukraine. And it's very hard to track any comments on YouTube and identify bots or bot accounts. Also, messengers are a huge problem, especially the Telegram, because it has become the key, most prominent promotion platform in Ukraine for political campaign. I think they take about 70% of support in Ukraine to Telegram. So this is how many people use it. And we try to talk to them, but they do not accept criticism in Telegram. They try to say it's not our fault. That's the typical response. And to summarize, I must say that, if we talk about all these important campaigns, the influence campaigns, when there is some foreign funding involved, when they use coordinated web pages, all that does not start on day one of campaigning, and it doesn't end on the last day of campaigning. So during elections, these tools, they just, expand, they gain momentum, but they exist even before the campaigning starts. So they're there and they start influencing the voters before the campaign starts, before the electoral process. We cannot allow ourselves to just introduce regulation for those challenges covering only the campaigning period, because that problem is very comprehensive and it needs to be addressed in a step-by-step fashion. And it also needs to cover the periods between elections. Thank you.
Thank you. We conclude now the round of presentations with Mr. Levan Natroshvili, Deputy Director of the International Society for Fair Elections and Democracy, IFES, Georgia. Levan will give us an overview of their expertise and their activities concerning monitoring of political parties and other actors, not only during election campaign, but also beyond. Thank you, Levan.
Thank you very much. Apparently, I'm the last speaker before the wrap-up session, so of course, it would be hard for me to surprise you, because my colleagues actually covered each and every aspect of this issue in the previous panel and this panel as well. But still, I'll try to put my 2 cents to the issue and highlight the activities my organization has been doing for many years in this regard. I will talk about specific tools how we monitor, especially the social networks in terms of political campaigning, not only election campaigning. And my colleagues here already said that, of course, social networks became very popular, and it is the case also for Georgia. I will provide concrete statistics about that, and I will talk about the specific examples of cooperation between my organization and the social networks and how we managed to, for instance, take down some pages on Facebook and so on. This issue is, as I said, is very relevant for Georgia as well, because the popularity and the usage of social networks basically are on the rise. Facebook is #1 social network in Georgia, but you can see here that other social networks also became quite popular, like TikTok, for instance, and Telegram. The good news is that Odnoklassniki is not popular anymore in Georgia. So the challenge here is that we heard here that Meta has very good kind of cooperation platforms, but for instance, TikTok does not have such kind of cooperation channels. So that's why, of course, it's a kind of significant challenge for monitoring organizations, including the public organizations and civil society organizations as well. In addition to the popularity of social networks in Georgia, so Georgia basically was named among the countries where this so-called coordinated inauthentic networks and behavior networks are kind of very actively used. And unfortunately, here we talk about not only the networks governed and organized by foreign stakeholders, and in foreign stakeholders, we mean, of course, Russia. The unfortunate news is that the local ones also, local stakeholders also very actively use these kinds of services, I would call them services, including the government institutions. And I'll show you exact examples of that. As for the tools, how we monitor these kinds of platforms, first of all, I would say that, of course, our work basically has transformed during these years from just monitoring pre-election periods to monitoring in general political campaigns. These two issues basically became quite intertwined. So from time to time, we have seen that the campaigns, political campaigns, are relevant and became relevant not only during the official pre-election campaigns, but also they are relevant on everyday kind of in everyday life as well. So each and every political issue which is relevant today or will be relevant tomorrow, these issues are basically attributed with this kind of actions, propaganda, information kind of warfare, the attempt to influence public opinion through social networks because of its popularity. And my organization's work, IFES is a classical kind of election observation organization, but over these years, so we kind of transformed our activities and focus not only election observation, but also the observation of other kind of political developments in the country happening outside the pre-election period. And here, of course, we focus on each and every kind of stakeholder, domestic and international ones, like the pages, groups, individuals, certain individuals like influencers, pro-government, pro-opposition, pro-Russian. So we actually cover each and every stakeholder, which is more or less kind of active on in social networks, and especially on Facebook. As for concrete specific platforms, we mainly cover these 4 platforms, and we are using these tools for monitoring of these platforms and information campaigns on these platforms. Part of these platform tools are kind of paid services, but part of them are not paid services. And I guess these platforms can be used and tools can be used not only by the civil society organizations, but also public institutions as well, oversight institutions, because, you know, these tools provide a very good kind of opportunities to, for instance, to take the data, big bunch of data, and then analyze this data. And especially when yesterday, when we talked about the public oversight issues, we heard that one of the main difficulties public institutions, oversight institutions face is a lack of expertise and lack of knowledge in terms of technologies, in terms of tools, advanced tools, how to monitor this kind of, you know, campaign. So that is why, of course, these tools can be used for that purpose as well. As for specific examples, so we have published a lot of, you know, publications regarding the networks identified in various years. You can, of course, find these publications on our website. All of them are translated into English as well, and you can, of course, look at them. Here, for instance, we had many cases when Facebook, based on the information received sent by our organization and other partner organizations, took down certain pages, groups, which basically had this kind of inauthentic behavior. And what is the kind of sad news, which basically happened a couple of months ago in May, the Facebook actually took down the pages and groups which were coordinated by the Strategic Communication Department of the government of Georgia. So that's a kind of scary thing, of course, because when usually when we talk about this kind of information, you know, operations, we mean that these are kind of anonymous pages, anonymous actors, which are kind of influenced by foreign governments. But in our case, what we see is that our government is using these kinds of, you know, services. I would call them services because these are services, paid services. Actually, we know people who work on them. They just sell their kind of resources to any interested person, and one of them is the government of Georgia. And that's a very scary thing because, you know, when we talk about the public oversight of such kind of actions, so it's very hard to provide any kind of public oversight when you see that the government itself is an organizer of such kind of, you know, operations. How can you oversee this? Because, you know, lack of political will, of course, is one of the top problems when we talk about the public oversight in general. And when we see these kind of examples, of course, it becomes more and more relevant as well. This is, for instance, another example how we monitored election campaigns on Facebook, and these were official election campaigns and spending of political parties during the election period. Here is another example how we monitored TikTok, for instance. This was quite new thing for us as well, and we used a specific tool for that, and that was also quite interesting for us. And the Telegram. So Telegram also became quite popular in Georgia, especially after Russia started the war in Ukraine. You know, these channels became very popular in Georgia, and some ultra-conservative groups are using these Telegram channels very actively in Georgia to organize their actions. And we also covered this topic as well. All this information actually is accumulated on our separate website. So we try to develop a website which somehow unites all these resources we received during these years, and we try to somehow to gather all issues, all news, all researches, publications on this topic in order to inform public about the importance of this topic, importance of this problem, just to make sure that public awareness is kind of raised. Because unfortunately, in such countries as Georgia, so political culture of the society is not very high, and it's very easy to misinform or disinform society. So that's why we think working on these issues and in this direction is very important in countries like Georgia. Yeah, this is, I guess, very briefly from my side. If you have any questions, yeah, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Levan. Thank you to all the experts today. And I think we are keeping the time very well. Julia, we perhaps now we've been hearing about these big challenges and very concerning, especially the new artificial intelligence and new technology emerging, new platforms. What was relevant yesterday is not relevant today anymore. But now I think we have a big role to play, all of us, and there are opportunities, recommendations we can make all together. And so we go home and we are a bit more reassured. We are not just only concerned. And I would like to open the floor to those who would like to make comments or recommendations, ideas, actions. Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Andrei Rusanovsky from India, Moldova. It seems, and thank you, the panel, for turning the stone, which reveal the world of creepy crawly things, right? That's happening, behind the closed doors and sometimes, influenced by big actors, states, big money, and so on. Of course, the tech companies are in this mix as well. So it seems like there are two types of actors in this world. Some good faith actors, which are probably political parties that are promoting democracy, that are relying on volunteers and sort of small donations that we've heard a little bit yesterday, but also the emerging, there are lots of different new parties that need to be establishing themselves in this new world. So it seems like there is this good faith actor that needs to be supported. And there's also a lot of bad faith actors that are not legitimate and that are pretending to be legitimate, and they're trying to be sort of using the excuse of freedom of speech and the excuse of political freedom of association to undermine that particular political freedom. So does the panel agree? And if yes, what can be the criteria that we can use to differentiate between the good faith and the bad faith actors? It sounds like a stupid question, but I think it's quite difficult to in fact look at the world and see who are the good faith actors and who are the bad faith actors. And if we do have the criteria, what kind of incentives can we provide in order to actually get the help that we need, because they are the counterparts, they are the sparring partner. We are not. The political parties can be defeating the bad faith actors, and what incentives can we provide to those legitimate actors that can be our allies, or can be our defensive lines in this new world of social media, AI, tech, online, interconnected world? Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent question. Criteria to differentiate between good actors and bad actors, incentive for those who are legitimate players, please.
I'd like to suggest the following criteria. So every time, this also, in my opinion, included some of the big tech companies which were represented yesterday and today, they maybe were not always aware of, the platforms that they were, creating. But definitely everyone who is contributing to A, toxic polarization, B, encouraging public unrest, undermining electoral integrity, lowering public confidence in democracy. Those are the sort of like a criteria, I would say. If you see actions aiming at those 4 issues, you should definitely be concerned. And I think what we need to do collectively, also put more pressure on big techs to be a part of this critical democratic infrastructure, which is protecting our democratic values and not allowing them to use the excuse, we were not aware, we were not, involved. They have the same obligation as we do in this room.
I totally agree with Marcin, and I would add one more thing. It's fake news. Actually, fake news cannot be a good thing. Even you have a good kind of reasons or goals to achieve, you should not use fake news.
Other ideas? I think also political parties should be accountable, and accountability of political parties. They cannot say we didn't know, we don't know what's going on. They know, and they should be accountable for what's going on the online ecosystem. So, and also electoral management bodies as well. They should take more initiative in cooperating with the platforms, more agreement with the platforms, more someone also already mentioned. So, yeah. Someone else?
I'm not sure you can see my raised hand, but if I could just maybe.
Where? Ah, oh yes.
Yeah.
Marcin, you're still there.
I don't know how I appear to you. Is it a screen or something? Just shortly, I'm sorry, on this exact vein that we are, I can only of course speak for one of the platforms, but I'm sure at least some of the others would agree that we definitely see this this obligation to better engage, and just as an example, we have two elections this year in Slovakia and then in Poland, both high stakes elections, both that could be very contentious and problematic. And we have already, since the beginning of the year, we've set up special, both task forces and, channels of communication with the electoral commissions and other bodies. We're training political actors and campaigners and government agencies and NGOs on all our policies, all our tools, just to make sure everything is set and in place and everyone's fully informed. So I think you'll see a new era of what the platforms are doing, at least, again, some platforms around elections, kind of trying to step up and trying to take all your comments and expectations of what. Obviously, there'll be always some things to be improved, but generally that you'll see, I hope you will see improvement on this end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the participants. Thank you all. And now we can go to lunch.
Sorry, just maybe a short announcement, as many of you have asked about the history of this wonderful castle. Before our great lunch, we will be guided to a castle for a short excursion, a short guided tour by our colleague Anastasia standing there. She will accompany us, and then we will have a lunch and closing remarks. Thank you very much.
creating so I'll start with a brief. Can I ask you to make your way to the tables and take your seats, please, for the final session? Okay, we're waiting for the last photo opportunity in the back. Hey, cheese. Okay. All right, welcome back from lunch for this final session, which is really a closing on behalf of all the co-organizers. And what I've agreed with all the 5 co-organizers is to share a few of their takeaways. We're going to be really brief, but I think it's important that we sort of collectively see what did we get out of these 2 days. I'm the moderator, but I'm also one of the co-organizers. So I will take that liberty to make a couple of points that I took away from this. And first of all, for me, it's that I think we somehow agree on the problem. We somehow agree on the problem. We saw a couple of points come back throughout the day and a half of some improvement that we need from social media. You know, they are doing quite a lot, Google, Facebook especially, but they can do more. And I think we have narrowed down on what they can do more. So that's one very concrete one. 2 is the need for legislation that is generally lacking. But also there, I think we've got a good model in what the EU is currently preparing. And given that Eastern Europe is looking at accession, maybe that's the model to follow. And 3 is the capacity issue, right? I think we also found that oversight bodies generally lack the skill, the know-how in this new and rapidly developing area of online campaigning. So that's also an area where we need to invest. But luckily, we have 5 organizations here that actually provide that type of support. So I actually feel that we came out of this discussion with a very optimistic note. We know the problem. We know where the solutions seem to lie, and they're within reach. And all the actors that have to work on these solutions are actually here in the room. It's the oversight bodies, civil society, some of the politicians, and then the international organizations that can help in that effort. So what I'd like to see, can we come to 1 or 2 things that we collectively feel we can push for and put that on the horizon so that if we come together in a year from now, and some of you mentioned that we want to come together again in a year from now, somewhere in Eastern Europe, that we can say we made progress, right? So those are the points that I took away. An important other one is that nobody seems to be ahead and already have that framework in place. So even in the US, even within the EU, you see that Some are a little bit further, and we heard from Latvia and Lithuania, for instance, but most are struggling to get this right. So we have to do this together, right? We have to exchange lessons internationally. We have to work with platforms. So I think another reason why this conference really was not just at the right time, but also with the right international crowd. So just to say again, we have that opportunity. How do we seize it? That's my starting point. I'd like to hand over to Alexei Gromov from OSCE ODIHR to give his reflections.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, as I told already for ODIHR, it's very important to participate in such conferences, in such discussions. And we were very happy to be co-organizers of this important topic. As you probably know, we are dealing and we are contributing quite essentially to the development of our methodology, but methodology also for all other OSCE participating states, how to tackle the political and campaign finance issues, including online now. You probably know that quite recently, it's actually not recently already, some 1.5 years, we released our new guidelines on how to observe campaign and campaign finance online. But maybe it's my takeaway, and I could feel it also from all categories of our participants. That's true. Everybody considers that not the campaign as such is an issue. It's fine. It's just a modern tool, but maybe it's not even so modern. No problem with this. But there are two main principles which should be kept in mind while the authorities try or want to regulate these activities and financing of the campaign online, but also among the political parties, among the voters, the transparency and integrity. And we have just discussed it with our keynote speaker, Barbara Jones-Stonestreet, about this. The political finance and campaign finance online is a two ways to it. It is important to set some legal framework, some benchmarks, so that everybody were on the same page of what are the main rules of the game, actually. But it's very important also to be to understand and to engage not only oversight agency who will, as Marcin has said, who will raise the red card and say, no, it's not allowed. No, it's not the main aim. It's important that civil society is engaged and political parties also understand and take part in this process, so that everybody could not see, okay, am I complying with the rules, but to see whether there is a level playing field, there is an integrity in the whole campaign process and campaign finance as well. But as we discussed it today in particular, it's very important also to provide certain safeguards or barriers against illicit, not campaign, I would say, but really misuse of the campaign, of the electoral process and of the democratic elections as such as an institution against some foreign interference, some malicious activities, and unfortunately some disruptive elements. And this is important to keep in mind. And this communication and cooperation between different actors, oversight agencies, civil society, political parties, first of all, will enhance, and I hope so, increase the accountability of the main players, political parties, first of all, accountability before their population, before their voters and people, before all of us. But also it will create kind of common share and common responsibility that we have all of us, we have to take care of and really be aware that there could be manipulation, but we should be acting as one entity against this misuse. And thank you again. And as it was already mentioned, there should be some more workshops and these joint activities organized and co-organized. It's very good. Thank you.
Over to Magnus.
Thank you. Does it work, right? Okay. So I just want one point that I'm taking away, so I don't repeat what's been said. In meeting the big challenges that we have ahead of us, it's then essential that we find a balance between applying existing regulations and techniques on campaign finance, the balance between that and the type of radical changes that Sam and Nana were talking about yesterday. And in that, I think the point that Birgitta Olsson made yesterday in her virtual presentation is very important about identifying the principles for campaign finance oversight. Why are we doing these? The principles that apply to all forms of campaigning. And then based on those principles, identify the tools and regulations and monitoring techniques that are needed specifically for online campaigning, which will be different from monitoring and regulating other forms of campaign finance. In moving forward in these discussions, this is excellent. We need to involve political parties more. We need to continue involving tech companies that we did yesterday and today, but bearing in mind that the popularity of individual platform changes very quickly. So if we invite one company 1 year, doesn't mean that that's necessarily the company we should invite next time. On behalf of IFES, one of the organizations behind this event, I want to thank all of you for coming and participating so actively. I really want to thank the Central Election Commission of Moldova for hosting us so expertly and kindly. And I want to give a special thanks to Yulia Shubilova. To be honest, if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't be here right now. So thank you. To round off, I want to nominate a topic for the next time we meet. A topic that's very close to what we've been discussing yesterday and today, but we haven't had a chance to get into it in a lot of detail. It's the campaigning and the spending of non-contestants, what used to be called third parties. That is one topic we really need to address further as well. And I want to end by sending an appeal to Verkhovna Rada in Ukraine to restart party financial reporting. It has to resume. Once the war is won, Ukraine needs to win the peace. And in doing that, ensuring transparency and fighting corruption would be essential.
Thank you. Thank you, Magnus. Over to Martin Engeby of NDI Moldova.
Thank you, Sam. I have 5 conclusions, big and small. The first one is my conclusion is that we have a really good invisible team here. Everything has been flawless. I want to extend my thank yous to the NDI office staff, Ina, Carolina, and Christina, who have been doing a lot of logistics, but everybody else as well. Interpreters, tech team, even photography. I think everything has been completely flawless. Now, going into the substance, one of my most cherished moments that I would remember from this conference is actually the speech of the president. I think that was really showing the value of political parties. Political parties is the essence of democracy. Citizens coming together to make a better future. That's why we have democracy. So political parties are not, it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing, and they need to be protected. The genuine actors need to be protected, and the bad faith actors have to be taken out. And of course, all parties have to comply, but parties, if we think that parties are in essence a good thing, we should help them with compliance. We shouldn't think about punishment. We should help them with compliance. Secondly, and another really good takeaway for me was actually today's session, seeing the really great research that's being done in civil society. And I think that with donors also being able to actually channel more money to civil society sometimes than they channel to government actors, it's really important that civil society organizations that are interested in monitoring are given the right resources, and that there is a permanent dialogue between the authorities and the civil society, so that the civil society can produce research and results that are actionable for the authorities. I think that's very important. Fourth one now. Sam was saying, can we do something before next time? And I think we can. I think there is a low-hanging fruit, and I think it's a political, what they call the Google political ads report. I think that there should be political momentum actually to put that on the table. Certainly by the international partners. International IDEA has an office in Brussels, NDI and IFES have offices in Washington, D.C. I think NDI has a tech team who's interacting with Silicon Valley all the time. I think that it should not be, given the world situation, it should not be impossible to take that step with Google. Telegram seems more complicated, but that would be a major win, I think. And there are lots of elections coming, not maybe in Ukraine, we don't know, but in Moldova, we will have 3 consecutive election years. And my last conclusion is that I really look forward to keep working with all of you, both the international partners and the local partners. We meet the Promolex CEC regularly. It's very fruitful, and I'm very much looking forward to continue this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Last but not least, the CEC chair, Ms. Karaman, go ahead.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear partners, thank you very much from my side for these 2 amazing days full of discussions, days in which we discussed about very important subjects for all of us. And now we can make certain conclusions. Definitely today, thanks to informational technologies, elections are not as they were at least a few years ago. And we talked about the fact that everything has potential, and sometimes it can be fun to see what are the tools. And we all together, through special synergies, can actually use the IT tools in our favor to try to make the election process to be a modern one, but in the same time transparent and credible. We spoke about the influences within the elections, and it's a problem, but not only a problem, but also it's a crime against democracy. This is how we see it. And this is why we have to be well prepared. We need specialists, we need expertise, we need experts, and that is why I believe this exchange of information is crucial in our common path. We talked about the fact that monitoring and control of the online space could be designed, could be given to a special institution. And we understand this very well, that alone the election commissions or certain institutions, state institutions that are controlling finances, they cannot face this challenge alone because it's too complex. What is important is that we already talked these 2 days about these problems and how we can, within our authorities, underline the commonalities, the problems that are similar for all of us. We spoke about the regional context, but the challenges identified are the same. Lack of regulatory framework, enormous space that needs to be monitored, and this is, of course, a challenge to cover it everything. And also, there is this financing by third parties. There is the danger of financing from outside that can badly influence the result of the elections and, as a consequence, to denaturate the governance act itself. So, despite all of this, we cannot limit us in using this space because it is already too spread. And this way of disseminating information and communication with the society, with the community is crucial today. Another very important thing, we spoke about statistical data, and the statistics show that the place of the social networks of the online is increasing. The role is much higher than a year before, and it becomes also more credible. We talked also about referral documents and regulations at the European level. But it doesn't matter how good those regulations are. It could be perfect. They can be perfect, but they are not a universal solution in every case. And we should focus on tools that would function in our context. context. I, for example, made a few notes about some very useful tools that our colleagues presented, and we can implement those starting from today. Verification register of the eligibility online, of those that are promoting themselves online. Also, we have the monitoring system, online monitoring system. The colleagues from Ukraine talked about that. The analysis of expenses from Lithuania. And they also talked about some courses, and we are the first in line to enroll in those courses. It's very interesting for us. Also, we talked about the creation of a database that could identify geographically where a problem appears, where a red flag appears, where we should focus our attention. And all of these tools can help us in our path of monitoring where the problems appear and how we can ensure a fair competitiveness with same types of weapons in, if we can say so, in an election competition. We talked also about the paradigm, about transforming the paradigm of transforming the challenge into the opportunity. And I think the digital solutions are the ones that can help us collect that information, assess that information properly, and to compare that information in order to understand better where the problem is. So I encourage everyone to transform all the challenges in opportunities. And I think these practices must always be guided by some basic principles that my colleague talked about. Efficiency and how fast we react is very important. And it has to be proportionate and, of course, efficient. Predictability. We know already about some vulnerable points, so we should focus on them. We should focus all our resources on them because, of course, we cannot keep everything under control. It's impossible. Continuity. This is an extraordinary idea. We were talking about the fact that even when the Central Election Committee that was elected, let's not forget that the mandate is a huge responsibility, not only for the Central Election Committee, but also for each candidate, each party that gets to the power. Let's also mention the cooperation through different platforms that can make available tools, but also cooperation between election authorities, different state institutions, and of course, central election committees, they cannot cooperate only among them. They need to be supported in their cooperation by the civil society, but also by the other law enforcement agencies. Because altogether we can enforce and we can apply our expertise in the benefit of the final beneficiaries, who are the voters. The voters, by the way, they should help us in this process to fight against misinformation and illicit financing of those parties. Through political culture, through election culture, through education of the citizens about how we choose what information from the ocean of internet to consume. And talking about ideas, we made an exchange, a beautiful exchange of ideas. And we also talked about the importance of the post-election campaign. Of course, there are always money in politics. It's impossible to function without them. But I remembered in this context about a paradigm that I liked a lot. If I have an apple, and if you have an apple, then when we exchange those two apples, we stay with the same apple, one apple. Yes, it's a different one, but it's an apple. If I have an idea and you have an idea, and if we exchange these ideas, we actually exchanging are becoming richer. We now have two ideas. So it doesn't work like in the case of Apple. So let's just use this treasure of having those amazing ideas shared. So I encourage everyone to ensure the continuity of this exchange of good practices and experiences, to be ready for the next challenges and to contribute together to the new interactions. Let's see each other at the next conference that my colleague mentioned already, my panel colleague. And this being said, I would like once again to thank our partners, International IDEA, OSCE, ODIHR, the National Democratic Institute, IFES Foundation, and every single partner that helped us in our path and are continuing to help us. And thank you very much also for choosing us as a host of this event. We hope that you felt at least a little bit of our hospitality in Moldova, and we are always open for your new visits to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just by ending, I'd like to go back to what the President, Maya Sandu, said yesterday, who referred to the political momentum, the window for reform, given that her government, but many governments around this region are currently driven by reform-minded people. So we have an opportunity that wasn't around just a few years ago. Let's seize that opportunity and make sure that the solutions that we bring about here in Eastern Europe are not just as good as we see in other parts of the world, but are even better. So that Eastern Europe starts to lead the way, not just for its own region, but really globally. I truly believe in that, and I think we can all help the CECs of this region to get there. So thank you for that. I think everyone in this panel mentioned a next conference. So I think we can always look forward to that next conference. I look forward to seeing all of you, hopefully next year. The jury is still out on the topic of that conference. I think a small campaign on the topic of campaign finance conferences has already started. But count on us. We will reach out for the next event. And I'd like to end by a warm thank you to, of course, our partners, starting with the CEC, who was so kind to host us here, and all the other partners that made this happen. A few people in my own team that I'd like to really thank personally. Yulia, Nana, Ksenia, you did a fantastic job together with all the partners, the staff of the CEC. Thank you so much for making this happen. And thank you to all the participants for traveling from far and close to this conference. I look forward to seeing you again in the next one. Thank you. Messages. The translators, yes, translators, of course. I don't know how many languages, but we will thank all of them, all 4 languages. You did a great job. We didn't see you, but you did a fantastic job. It's a very heavy job, and we thank you wholeheartedly. Are there any housekeeping messages